Good morning. Doing some relaxing painting. More relaxing for you than me, perhaps, but nonetheless. I am going to be continuing to work on this elf. Looks like rogue, probably, dual-handed fighter. I was working on Monday. I'm going to try to finish this up during the first half of this show, between now and about noon. And then Nikki will come in and start working on something else, either another elf, or we got a whole bunch of more figures to work on. There's a Sturmgrimmy, looking forward to that. A raptor, like a robot T-Rex, a whole bunch of pretty exciting things. So what I need to do on this elf yet, several things. One is, as you can see, his left knee here. The armor came out kind of well, but on the right knee it's not. The green got painted over with the silver like 3 times now. So I'm going to use the green to try to touch that up. And when as I have the green out, I'm also going to go around the figure to see if I want to, if there's any spots that are missed, or if the silver has gone too far. I think for the most part it's looking okay. I need to fix up that knee. And then after that, there's a lot of silver splotches on the gray under thing that he was wearing. So I'll need to go back and touch those up. After, and there, there's a bunch of those. After I finish that, I'm going to get out the black wash. And I'm going to do 2 things with it. One is the gray needs to be washed, so it's not quite so awfully monochrome. And I'm going to use a little bit of the black wash to try to highlight a little bit of it. We'll see how that goes. To highlight some of the texture on the green over armor. So, first thing I'm going to try to do, see how this goes, is to use the teeny brush and see if I can't, with just little dots of green paint, fix this knee up so that this one looks more like this one. And then, like I said, I'll just look around. I'm not seeing any green spots that need re-greening. Here, where it looks like, the silver from the back dagger, it's a little bit further than it needs to be. Hard to get these bands quite even, but I think they're looking pretty much okay. I don't want to try to touch that too much because there's like a raised part there that if I hit it, it's just going to flop all over. So, yeah, basically the knee behind that one dagger there. Okay. Yeah, so just tiny little spots. So we'll see how that goes. I might have to go back and forth over that knee more than I want to, but so it goes. Yes, get it open there. We'll start with the dagger because I just want to make sure that there's paint on. Sometimes it doesn't happen right away. Needed to get under there just a little bit. And now we'll do this is at least a third, maybe more. attempt to get this knee looking like it should. Pretty clear where the paint should be. It's just not where it is. And the hard part is just actually seeing where the tip of the brush is. That is, you get it up just a little higher here, but that isn't how the contour of the print is working. Just going to try to even this line out. That's a little bit ragged here. I'm going to call that needs little spot. There's still silver there. It's not perfect, but I'm going to call that a success. That was it with the green. Now I'm going to get out the light gray. The reason this cap is like there's paint and ooze or something with the cap. Right there is a lump. And the drip from the cap onto my finger. And blood. Drip out of the cap as I was holding it up. Okay, well, at least it's an out-of-the-way spot. It's not like it's going to get onto everything else. Okay, so we'll get the light gray out. Good. But cleaning that up, I got it here. As the morning starts out, it's getting paint everywhere in a way I didn't understand just because it was stuck on the cap. Okay, well, let's see if the gray works any better. There's a fair amount of touching up with this, where the silver that I was painting got over onto the gray. And I decided that was okay, because it was easier to try to touch up the gray by bringing it back to the silver than it was keeping the silver where I wanted. So hopefully that'll work. Hello, Dr. Pumpkins. Oh, thank you. Yep, we finally decided to go ahead and sign up for the affiliate, and we're hoping that that works out for us. And 50 Shades, hi. So, yeah, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the help is coming along slowly. And now what I'm doing is touching up all these spots where I just sort of let the gray get onto the silver, get onto the gray just because I wanted silver in a certain spot and the gray was in the way. Oh, there's one of our cats saying hello. I know. It sounds terrible when he does that, but he's not in pain or anything. He's just chatty. That's how he talks. Be reminded to try to keep this on camera. So yeah, we decided to go for affiliate status, and we're hoping that that will help attract more viewers to us. because we'd like to build up our viewer base and our subscriber base and become famous on the internet. That's everyone's dream nowadays. Not mine, actually. I am quite retired, and I'm doing this because it's interesting and fun. You know, that's mostly on camera. And this has been fairly easy so far. Here. Around the figure to make sure that I'm catching all the silver on gray spots, even though I'm going to black wash the gray a little bit later. Silver being quite shiny will quite show through. There. Non-cooperative right knee. Here I can see where the armor is supposed to be. I've been looking at the chat as much as I should because I've been trying to get this guy going here. Has anyone asked for a flip yet? Did I miss it? Okay, that emoji is kind of, oh, that's the voice emoji. I've heard that that's the only one that we can use so far, which seems kind of, well, if you've been paying attention to the stream at all, the voice is actually quite an evil villain. His act of treachery against Nines is that he stole Nines' family heirloom loot. But it turns out that he's doing much more nefarious things. I'm not totally sure, but been collecting magical instruments. And it has a magical item that makes his playing like irresistibly wonderful. Don't quite know why. Not only is he a horrible villain, but he's just really, really annoying. Just the way he talks and acts and everything, just... There's a spot never got painted even. Why we're being tormented by a voice emoji other than that it is the only emoji that's working. I should have started with the harder ones. Some of these are really hard to reach. There, it should have some silver on it. So I guess I will pull that out when it's in a spot where no one is ever going to see it. Maybe I'll just let it go. Well, let's see now. Got the big spot, big stuff, this knee. Weird crease in the clothing here. Green paint on it. I don't know if that's real or just a shadow. I go around the sides. Back here. Have a comfortable painting position and stay on screen. It's weird. So on this direction, it looked like there was... And I see what's happening. Okay. You can only see it from one direction. It's just like a sort of silverish there. Right in between here. In this spot. Oh, that's where that weird strap goes. You know, there's this little thing that looks like a strap that comes across. It isn't on the other side. It just goes under and attaches under here. But on this side, it goes up and over. So I'll just leave it there because it is there. It was meant. Wow, how did I miss that? Up on the top of the arm. Guess I saw it from this side, but not the other. Okay. Well, I'm going to just keep looking at this because sometimes these little spots keep popping up. Put the gray away. Thank you, Dr. Pumpkins. That's very much appreciated. One is really valuable to us, so thank you again. I think that's close to being done there. So what I'm going to do next then is do a black wash on the gray part that I just painted. So I'm going to let that dry for just a couple of seconds. Thanks for joining in today. Painting this elf guy. This is the one that Nikki did before. I have yet to try to attempt to get the face to look like that, but I'll work on that later. This is the one Nikki did before that came out really excellent. This is the one I'm doing now. His hair is a little lighter. His armor is certainly less ornate, but it's in the Tashir Anun colors. Tashir Anun is kind of a rogue band of paramilitary force among the elves. Dates back a long time. Kind of splintered off from the Order of Remarden, which nobody knows about, but my character on the stream is one of the last remaining members of the Order of Remarden. Remarden was, if I recall correctly, a contemporary who created the Tashir. That's why I actually have Tashir Anun armor from my mentor. Anyway, this is a figure that we're just working on here. Mostly what we paint are dungeon tiles for our streaming show. But these are more interesting, so that's what we're doing at the moment. Now, what I want to do is get the black wash out, and without it being too heavy, I want to give some light and texture to the parts that are gray. Okay, so I'm using a tiny brush and just dabbing on little bits of it and trying to liven it up. And then I'm also going to use a little bit of black wash on the texture of the armor up here and the folds that come around the sides and the back. And we'll see how that ends up looking. Hopefully it will look okay. This black wash, I had trouble with the green bottle. This black wash I'm opening with a rag because it has this tendency to just jump out. Okay, I am not even going to put it in a cup at this point because I'm not sure how this is going to work out. I'm just going to use the tiny little bits of black wash that are in the bottle cap. And I'm going to start on the part that's most obvious, which is right up here. Dark, and then kind of tends to lighten up a little bit. Careful to just, I want the silver to stay shiny. This guy is wearing nice clean armor, so there. Worked out okay. Now I'm going to get these bits here. These arm bits. We need to get to, but it's important to keep the color kind of consistent. Same pieces so I don't forget them. by kind of rubbing it over the grain, so to speak. It kind of picks up in the hollows and brushes off on what we found is that this neutral gray color is really a nice color by itself, but it really is, it's really flat, and so you lose the texture pretty easily. But the black wash improves it quite a lot. You can just see almost right away that you can now see the texture of little folds and things in the cloth. It came out okay. And the hair just a little bit there. And then I'll do the back bit here. Get the folds in the collar there, so that they show a little bit. And I'm actually going to take the towel and dab that a little bit. There's a little bit more on there than I kind of. Okay, so now I'm going to do the parts down here at the bottom. And the pants are showing here. Folds in the pants, and I want those to kind of be highlighted. Big area here, that'll be the last one. You can see that does a pretty decent job of bringing out the texture in the pants, and then it's not quite so shiny. So you can't see the before and after because it's all just after now, but the gray just looks a whole lot better than it did before. Not quite as dull. You can see the creases in the pants a little better, which is kind of nice. Now what I want to try to do is, this green is pretty glossy, but there's some real texture here, and I want to grab that with the wash. I'm actually putting some of this in what look to be the folds underneath. Do around the same thing around the sides here. Add a little bits of darker color. The swirls, the swirliness. Terribly strong effect, but let's see how it looks when it dries. Here, I just think it would look better if you could see little better in the cloth. I'm just trying to get this dark wash into the creases. Yeah, it is kind of a subtle thing, but if you saw before and after, the texturing, especially right up here, you wouldn't have been able to see that at all. But now it's come across fairly clear. And in the back here, you can see where the folds are. So I think that turned out okay. I keep looking at this and I'm thinking, yeah, I kind of want to leave the armor shiny. There's, fancy kind of shiny guys. So I was thinking of trying to like tone down some of the silver and things with the black wash, but I think I'm going to leave that alone. What I might do is, let's see how this looks. I can try to put a tiny bit on the weapon here. Give it shading. Barely noticeable, but tones it down just a little bit, especially like up here. I think that actually looks okay. I think I'll do kind of the same thing with the ones that he's holding. So what I did is I made it a little darker toward the hilt. Reason doing that, it's just made the weapon look more realistic, a little bit better. So what I've got left is the hands and the face, which are not the easiest things in the world to do, but kind of left those for the end because I wanted to see kind of where they were. And I'm going to paint those as the same colors that Nikki did. Those are a buff color. And then after that's painted in, I'm going to try to do the eyebrows and the eyes there and there, and highlight the mouth. And I'm going to use an Umber Wash real lightly to bring out the fingers, the gaps between the fingers and the thumb and the rest of it. And then she went back with the buff again and highlighted like the forehead and the nose and the cheeks. So let's see if I can get the buff in the right place without slopping it over on too much of other stuff. That shouldn't be too hard to do. Getting the face to look, as realistic as Nikki's did. Yeah, you forgot to say do a flip. Hi, Media 12132. Yeah, we decided to join up as an affiliate. We debated that for a good long time. We weren't sure if that was the right thing for us to do, but I think, yeah, it'll get us a little more visibility, a little more credibility, a little more affiliation. So, yeah, hopefully it'll turn out to be a really good thing. But thank you. Thanks for noticing. Do a flip. Okay. I have here a two-sided disc. One which says that it was made in China, and one that says nothing. So we're going to flip it. There. That was kind of a pathetic flip. That's better. I still haven't decided what to do with this guy's boots. I don't want them too dark. I've been thinking about painting them pretty much the same as his hair, which is a dark gray with a black wash, and maybe kind of go heavy on the wash, just to do that. And then he's standing on some sort of rough textured surface. I'll probably just paint that some sort of brown with an Umber Wash to make it look all pebbly. But now I need to do the hands and the face. I want to be real careful in doing this because I really don't want to be touching back up over and over again with the parts of the weapons and hair and armor that the skin touches. The collar goes right up to his hair in the back, so it's just his face here. I think I'll just start with that. Color on the brush and carefully push the paint up to his hair. Skin and the nose, mouth area. Tiny little spot there where it's uneven. Tiny spot there, right on the side where the black wash or the dark gray paint didn't exactly cover. So there's just this tiny little white streak. I will try to do that when I fix that when I do the guy's eyes. Underneath here, his neck shows a little bit. Get the down and in there. spot right here. Sure what that should be is hair color, his face color. Looks like I got the hair color up on the hair just a little bit there. So I might have to touch that up too. Probably we do that before I do the washing of the face. Use a spot here. Looks like it should be his face and not hair. So I'm gonna have to get the hair color out for the black wash and touch up there. Spot up here. Spot here. Just little bits of things here and there. Between those kind of little bracers and the hand is not clear on the model, so I'm just going to make it up. It is going to be where I put it. Fingers here. At least the paint is behaving. Sometimes it's either too thin and it runs all over the place. Sometimes it goes up. What I do is get a little blop on my brush instead of getting it on the model. At least up until now, it is just right. He's trying to concentrate on getting his thumb and things, painted in. It's not just this white gap between one color and the next. Yeah, and then there's a mold mark right down there where all the rest of his fingers are. This was an injection molded model, so let's just say that there's parts of the detail that aren't perfect. There's a bit of his finger. Get that, without getting it everywhere. That looked like a success. I think I got that pretty good. There are spots on the hair that just tiny little bits that are just off a little bit. And I'm actually going to tackle those with the black wash rather than the base color. So if I do it with the base color, it'll just be this really bright kind of, dark gray, but it'll still be lighter highlight as opposed to like just a dark spot. Okay, so those aren't bad. What I'm going to do next is touch up the hair in those little spots where it needs to be, and then do the eyes. I'm going to do some black paint and get the eyebrows and the eyes, and then do a very light umber wash to try to capture the facial features and the spaces between the fingers on his hands. And then maybe come back with, if necessary, a little bit of this buff to retouch the nose and the cheeks and things if they got too dark. They're not standing out. So, hey Nadia. Thanks everybody for joining in. I'm hoping you are enjoying this. I'm working on this elf. The elf is coming along. Black wash on the green seems to, pretty much have the effect that I wanted, which is to just highlight some of the texture on the armor and the skirt without darkening it too much. And now what I'm going to do is get out the black wash again. Bits of this. And there's a spot on the hair up here. And the hairline there. I want to not be the color of his face. And then there's this little bit of a crease that's in the texture of the hair that never got any paint in it at all. I'm going to use the paint. I'm going to try to use this. Just fill that in. Can't see the tip of the brush because it's black on black. It'll stop bothering me. And since I have this out, just make sure that there aren't any other spots. There, there's one right there. So what I was saying is that there's spots that sometimes got no color at all. Yeah, fixed it. And since it's out, I'm going to take a look at the texturing on the armor to see if I want to put a little more anywhere. Yeah, so I think that's okay. Okay, now I'm going to try it. I don't know. I don't know if the black wash will work with the eyes or not. Or if I need to use the black paint. What did Nikki do? Do it with this. At least, if this doesn't work, I can repaint the elf face a little bit. And just try to get it where the eyes and the eyebrows are. Yeah, that's pretty terrible. That didn't work. And we'll do the other side. Maybe his eyes are bigger than... Touch up a little bit with the buff. The right eye came out kind of okay. The left eye, little bit less. So yeah, I'm going to touch that up with the buff before I do the other wash. Just to see if I can get them kind of symmetric. And then let it dry for a bit before I do the wash. Make it somewhat more like the other. That look, it looks pretty symmetric. It's not too bad. And not going to need very much of the wash on it to bring out the mouth and the nose. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually let that dry for a little while and paint the boots. They're going to be dark gray with the black wash. Just thinking I just don't want them like to be really black. And I'm going to not be terribly careful. I'm going to paint down onto where the sand is underneath because I want to make sure that I got the boots covered. Then I'll be painting up to them with the sand that he's standing on later. So I'll get that contact point kind of defined there. Do is be careful between these kind of boots. They're not really big boots. They're just kind of the rogue, I guess. So they're kind of soft shoes, sneaky kind of. It's not the wonderful sneaky boots that Ulset has on our stream, which gives him +1 to stealth, sneaky boots, which is a good thing to have because he's now wearing heavy armor, which gives him -1. That neutralizes it. So instead of getting like a 1 or a 2 for a stealth check, also he'll get a 2 or a 3. Of rolling lots of 2s and 3s. There's one fairly sneaky kind of shoe boot. They almost look like socks. Yes, that would, you know, there's no toes sticking out, so I know it's not bare feet. They almost look like that on the print. Almost look like they're just feet. These darker colors, there sometimes tends to be spots where the paint, you know, doesn't go or it doesn't adhere, especially with this primer, like right there. Okay, I painted that. I touched it with a wet brush and it pulled the paint up. So I have to be a little bit careful to make sure I get everything covered. Yeah, that's great. So he's lifting up his heel here, which means that when I paint the sand color underneath, that'll be, you know, try not to get it on the base of his boots. Look around to see if there's any spots that are not covered. Here. Dot that didn't get covered. Try to do that now rather than coming back later. I will be putting a pretty heavy coat of black wash on this so that they don't just look like his hair. There's a spot on it. Good grief. Like a little spot of silver paint on his hair out there. Okay, you got it. Covered it. Okay, well, now there's boots. Put this away. Yeah, I always look at it. I can't tell from right now whether that's going to end up being the sand he's standing on or part of the boot, but I'm going to cover it anyway, just in case, so I don't have just a white spot sticking out. Thing here, it's like his boot is extending out over base. Okay, now I'm going to get out the Umber Wash and do some real quick highlighting of the fingers and the face, and then we'll see if I need to retouch the face so that it doesn't look too dark. So I know that there's tons of Umber Wash, these little bottles of it all over the place here, but not in front of me. Umber Wash, okay. This again is going to be tiny, tiny bits because I just want to highlight the, the fingers, basically. Tone down the brightness of the skin tone a little bit, so I'm going to wash the whole thing. We'll wash his whole hand here. skin tone is really bright, but what I really want to do is make sure that the fingers show. This works pretty well. If the wash is behaving, it will settle into the lower spots and stay away from the upper spots. It worked out okay. We'll do it this one too. Sort of practicing on the hands here before going on to the face. But I'll be doing the same thing. I'll be covering the face. This gives us, you know, the buff is not a bad color for the skin tone, but it's very, very light. So you can't see any of the features. So by putting this in, and putting a little bit extra, you know, between the fingers, yeah, it just helps you see that it's a hand and not just a pink, kind of a beige blob. On camera, right? Do that. Okay, now I'm going to get a little touch on here. Start working on the face. Dry brushing it out. Basically, I just want to get the brightness out and to emphasize some of the facial features. Yeah, I need to get it there. All of a sudden, there's this, I didn't get it around the edge, and so there's this bright ring right around the hair, which isn't what I wanted. Okay, well, I'll have to say that isn't as good as Nikki's, but it's not too bad. Not too bad. I'm not sure if I want to bring back, let me see how this worked. Yeah, I might just, see, she brought the buff back and highlighted the forehead and the nose and the chin. That looks really pretty good. I think I might try that. I can always re-wash it later. But the wash doesn't dry real quickly. I'm just going to have to wait a little bit. I'm just going to put a bunch of black wash on the boots. And then, actually, I'm going to let this set for a little bit. She's pretty heavily. It looks really black, but it isn't going to stay that dark. I want this to be darker than the hair, but not totally black. And I'm hoping that is what this will do once it dries and tones down a little bit. And it won't really stay shiny that much either, which is okay. Just get that on the boots here without getting it anywhere else. And I'm going to let this set for a bit, especially up there on the face, where I'm going to come back and do some highlighting with the lighter buff color in the high points of the face. And what I'm going to do next, though, is finish up the doors to the dungeon set. I was working on those last show too. I got well, you'll see them in a minute. Let me just finish doing this. As this dries, it'll give it. There isn't any texture to highlight. There's just no texture at all on these boots. But yeah, see, as it dries, it gives it kind of a nice dark color. Nice kind of flat color without being like really fully black. I think the hands came out okay. But yeah, touching up the face, the little forehead and cheeks and chin, just to emphasize the features. I think that'll work out pretty well. Spot here. Looks like the flesh color got onto the hair. So I'm going to touch that with this black wash, because that's what I used on the hair anyway. Okay, so cap this up. I'm going to show you the doors. These are the doors that we use. They open and close. They're really pretty nice. From the top and the bottom, and they go into a door frame, and they operate. And what I did was I painted the panels and the crosshatch bracing with steel. Oh, look at that. You know, you look at something and you just see a problem that wasn't there before. So let me fix that before I get going. Just the tiniest little bit of this steel color, and touch up this spot where the brass got over onto the steel. I might as well check out the rest to make sure that that isn't a problem with them. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So I painted the panels and the cross hatching, and while I'm waiting for the rest of the, to make sure that the wash on the face is dry before I do the touching up and highlighting on the elf's face, I'm going to paint these frames around the door a black color. It's kind of a charcoal gray black. It's not really black like the primer. It has a little bit, it's just a little bit lighter color. It's kind of between black and the dark gray. So I'm going to do that, and then I'll get back to the elf. Try to get his face right, and then paint the sand base, which needs to be done before we're done. Probably paint that. We use that a lot, and picks up the Umber Wash really well. Okay, so keeping it on camera. As you can see, the paint has got it's like a little bit of green and red in it. Kind of a weird combination of colors. But it looks really nice once it's dried. And this has become our go-to color. A lot of things that need to be dark but not completely black. Here. So that's how that works. Just go all the way around it. Magic toothpick holding it on. Get the edges on this one, flip it over, do the sides on the other side, and then I'm going to paint the edges as well. Even though those usually don't show, I mean, they might when the door is open. I even paint the bottom of the door, just, you know, why not? Just make sure everything is consistent. Using a brush with more than like 3 bristles on it. Again, sometimes with the darker colors, they don't cover completely, so I'll flip it over and check. But the paint now is paint just the edges of the doors. These things will show when it's open, so I want to make sure that they're a consistent color. There that didn't get covered. I did a flip. I'll do another flip when I'm done with the doors. You need to pay attention. Otherwise, you'll miss your flip. This is the top of the door. There's the pinhole for the hinge pin. And this definitely shows when the door is open. So make sure that that's the same color. And then I'll paint the bottom because why not? So now I'll just give a quick look all around. Sure that I didn't miss any spots on the front and the back. Okay, so I'll stick it over here. This is the other door. The other door is just like the first door. Get a little bit further here. Yeah, that looks a little better. Okay. I will flip it over and paint this side of the door. As I said at the beginning of the show, I'm going to be doing about half of it. And basically, let's see, looks like I'm going a little longer than I thought. I'm basically going to do the elf. And then Nikki is going to come on and paint something else for the second half of the show, starting a little bit after noon. Need to do with the elf right now is do some highlights on the nose and the forehead so that the face is a little better defined, and then paint the face. I mean, I might as well finish it, and then at some point I'll do an Umber Wash on the base. I'm not sure if I'll get that done today or not. Depends on how quickly the base coat on the base dries. Usually that goes really fast, so yeah, I might be able to just finish that whole thing yet today. Take maybe about 20 more minutes or so. So if Nichole is watching, she can kind of prepare to come down sometime between now and closer to 12:30 maybe. Maybe we'll take a little break in between, I don't know. But I did want to finish these doors, because when we do our models, our dungeon sets, usually what will happen is they're all done and we're ready to set them up, and we look at them and the doors aren't done. And then it's just like, okay, everything's got to come back out again, and we got to paint these doors and then glue them in. So lately we've been trying our best to get the doors done sooner than later. Yes, now is sooner than later would be. But you can't see it. But at the edge of the workbench, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And there's almost a dozen door frames and doors that are just sitting there waiting for the doors to be installed. And the doors are more or less set out to match the frames. Yes. Hopefully we'll get the right doors and the right frames when we get around to that. It's like a whole show's worth of door installation that needs to happen. Okay. Mostly okay. So it needs touching up on the bottom here. Too much of the racing is showing on the bottom. It just looks weird when you look at it from the top, which is where you look at it during the show. Do a quick blurb there. I'll check the one I just did to make sure that doesn't have the same problem, which it kind of does. There. Okay. So those doors are ready to mount along with the other 11 or 12 door frames. We have open Umber Washes all over the place. Okay, now I'm starting to find some. Still got the green paint from when I opened that jar way at the beginning. Okay, so we're going to get out the buff and do a little bit of highlighting on his face to highlight the features, like the nose and the mouth. Do a tiny bit of that, and then I'm going to paint the base. Hopefully this won't mess up the face too much. Let's take a look at what Nikki did. It looks like it was pretty much the forehead there, the cheeks a little bit on the chin, basically around the eyes and the nose and the mouth, just to highlight some of the features that did end up looking better than this. So I'm going to start up here. Dry brushing it on. I don't want it to just be monochrome again. Okay, that actually worked pretty well. Need to sneeze. Excuse me. Look, that really turned out kind of okay. Kind of features stand out a little better. And there's just this asymmetry at the bottom of the mouth here that's bothering me. Because the injection molding left like a little blurb there. Okay, well, just that little bit of highlighting made a difference, so that's good. I'm gonna just do the same thing at the tops of the knuckles here. Okay, that looks okay. I'm going to get out the flat earth. Try not to mess up the boots. I'm going to use a little brush. Okay, cat problems. Clean this off. Find the color I'm looking for. I'm going to use this little brush and paint around the boots, and then I'm going to get a little bigger brush and paint the rest of the base. Going fast. Can't see the clock. Hold on. Oh, it's only 11:30. I thought it was 12:30. I've got time yet. Got like a half hour before Nikki needs to come on. My bad. I'm so nearsighted. Okay. I'm so nearsighted that I can't see the clock with my glasses off, but I can't see the model with my glasses on. And actually, part of the reasonable accommodation that they made in the studio for me here was to put up a whole separate monitor with really big print so I can see the chat. And even that's a little fuzzy, but at least I can read it. Whereas on the other monitor, which is the same, actually closer, I can see that there are things that look like letters. Okay, somebody needs another flip. What can I flip? I flipped this before. Apparently, no one really thought that was, good enough as a flip thing. So here's a door. This isn't the door I just painted. This is the door I painted before, a week or so ago, that goes with another set. So I'll flip that. Okay. And somewhere there's another matching door. I think that's it here. Like I said, we got about a dozen door frames and doors that need to be assembled. And I had borrowed that one to make sure I could get the colors right, because that seems to be becoming our standard color. Okay. We'll try this again. And this is the last bit. The elf rogue dual wielding fighter is I need to paint the base. So I'm going to try to find out where the, what's the sand that he's standing on and what are his boots. And it looks like they're there. I'm just going to paint all around the perimeter of the contact points with the bitty brush, fine detail brush. And then I'm going to get out a bigger brush and paint the rest of the base, because with this brush it would take forever. We have a half hour, so forever a little bit shorter. These boots and base are not the best part of the model. It's really kind of hard to tell where one ends and the other one starts, and vice versa. So this is one of those things where, as people who paint know, sometimes it's less important where the line is than that the line is straight and even. Straight and even lines here. Yeah, somewhat arbitrarily deciding where the edges of the boots are. An artificial mound of sand that really shouldn't be there, that was built up in the print in order to support this particular boot. Really hard to tell on the front, because, as I said, there was this little arbitrary mound of sand that extends up to support the raised foot. So it's pretty clear that the boot is there. And then, who can tell? And it looks like it's like a big toe on the front, but it doesn't match. So it looks like there's kind of a line there in the print. And I will just say that is where the boot ends and the sand starts. And it looks okay. Now I'm going to do the other one. This has the same sort of issue of not having a very well-defined boundary. It has the additional issue of being in an awkward kind of place for me to paint. You really can't tell where the print intended it to be. So there it is. And then this one kind of lifts up here. Yeah. There's two little ridges there. One of which, I'm just going to paint a straight line here. Over the ridge, because the ridge extends down too far to be the boot and too high up to be the sand. That doesn't look too bad, so that's where it's going to stay. And I need to get the sand underneath the heel here. Get this from this side. Take a look to see the lines are pretty even. And when I'm satisfied with that, I'm going to put away a little bitty brush and bring out the brush I use for the door frame and paint the rest of the base this sort of dirt color. And then after that's dried, which doesn't take very long, this stuff dries really quickly, I'm going to give it a Umber Wash, a fairly heavy Umber Wash that will, there's just a lot of texture in it. And the wash will bring out the texture and tone down the flatness of the base. And hopefully, well, we'll see. I could take it off of the goo thing here and hold it. I think I'm going to do that. I hate to be holding it like that, but otherwise I can't get the edges all the way down to the bottom. On camera, I have to keep checking. I tend to move the piece around so that I can get to where I want to get, and then it gets off camera and I'm talking about something and no one has a clue because it's over here somewhere usually. Need to get to this spot here. Fairly heavy coat on because I don't want a whole lot of spots showing. And as I had mentioned before, with this primer, if the paint isn't dried yet and you put a wet brush on it, it sometimes just like pulls it right away. It came pre-primed, which was handy, but okay, that's the danger of holding them. We tend to prime our own because we print our own. Well, there. I have brown paint pretty much wherever I want it. I'm going to let that dry. It'll take just a couple minutes. And then I'll get out the Umber Wash, one of the several that are open here. I'll use this one, it's a little less full. We've been buying multiple jars of the same color paint, and decided that we would mark the ones that are open with an arbitrary squiggle, because otherwise we find that we'd have like 3 jars of the same color open. Okay, this is going to take a little bit to dry. You can still see it's shiny, so the elf will be sitting here for a couple of minutes. And what will I do in the meantime? Okay, I don't know what to do in the meantime. We're going to have to watch paint dry. So, we're going to sit here and watch paint dry until I can get the Umber Wash on it, which is the last bit I need to do to finish up my L. There are 2 more L's, There's this one. Yeah, that's kind of a fancy sword he's holding. More action on it than the one I just did. Flowing hair. Yeah, that one would be interesting to paint. And then there's this guy. That's another female figure, this woman, who is wearing like a scale armor. I mean, that could be interesting to paint. You could paint that gold with a highlight washes and things, holding a shield, and even the arm and the back of the shield is detailed. So, looks like I picked the easy one to paint. Mace. You have to paint the underside of the cloak, a contrasting color to the top. The front of the shield has like stripes on it that can be painted different colors. And then the cast between them, all sorts of highlighting around the edges. Mold marks on the mace that need to come off. So I'm not sure if Nikki is going to start painting one of these other elf figures or one of the kind of monster figures that we got before. Let's see, that's still drying. So what I'm going to do, since I've got this model out and there's mold marks on it, is I'm going to take some time and you can watch me scrape off the excess plastic that is formed there because of the mold marks. And there are certain places, like along the edge of the cape and the edges of the shield, where after you paint them, it really becomes pretty obvious. So it's not a bad idea to get those off. And I can, whoever ends up painting this will probably appreciate that they are gone. Okay, usually this stuff dries like immediately, and for some reason it just doesn't want to. And at some point I'm going to just get some time in the next 5 minutes, because it's almost time to change shifts. I'm just going to go ahead and do the Umber Wash anyway. Okay, this one's a little tricky because it's very flexible, and I want to get that obvious mold mark off, but I also don't want to break it off, even though I can glue it back on. I would prefer not to, so we're going to try to cut it off. There. Yeah, okay, that worked. Got that cut off rather than trying to scrape it. And then I'll just get the edge of the cloak here as well. I know this is scraping off the primer as well, but given that the primer is not all that effective, the raw plastic probably will hold the paint almost as well anyway. Yep, I hadn't really looked at these two models before I did the one I did. I just, this was the one that was out. This guy, the dual wielder. And I thought, well, this shouldn't be too hard to do. And it wasn't too hard to do. But I'm kind of glad I did, rather than tackling one of these, which would have been really kind of difficult. Well, this is, even looking at this, you see that there's these braids along either side of the hair, so you have to decide, whether this would be like someone who was kind of silver-haired with golden braids, or highlighting them some other color. Yeah, there's lots of artistic choices to be made on this particular one that didn't have to be made on the one I did. But probably would be better done by somebody who is artistic. If I did decide to tackle something like this, I'd have to consult ahead of time about what the color choices would be. Okay, there was that. And then there was this one, which now compared to the shield wielding one looks pretty straightforward. That one's really pretty complicated. This one looks like bracers. Those are really subtly molded. But there's bracers there, some epaulets there that could be highlighted underneath with a different color on top. Lots of detail on the armor, flowing kind of skirt-like thing. You can actually see that she's got boots. Here looks like there's probably some sort of under armor underneath is probably, it looks like a plate here and here. And she has the same sort of thing with the hair, where there's like a braid going down either side. So, that would require some color consultation as well. Okay, so it's getting close to noon. This isn't drying nearly as well as it should, but I think I can get the Umber Wash onto it. It'll just stay sticky for a while. But I would like to finish this today. So having examined the other models and deciding that I picked a simple one and that this is the next most difficult one, we'll just move on. Oh, this looks... I'm not sure. This looks weird. I'm going to put this into a cup. This is the older one. And it just get this weird metallic around the top. I'm not sure what's going on there. Let me shake it up even more. It's almost like the pigment isn't settling right or mixing right. I'm glad I saved it for the base, because if it is a problem, it's the best place to have it. So I'm just going to need a drop of it. And I'm going to get out this brush. Test it here. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. So basically what I'm doing is just washing this stuff down here. Putting a fairly heavy coat on because there's a lot of texture in the print and I kind of want it to show up, and this is supposed to do that. It's supposed to settle in the deep spots and stay away from the highlights to show the variation in the print. See, it's puddling in there where it's supposed to puddle, so that's okay. I try to keep it kind of level. So it's way down there because I'm going to just keep it on the surface so that it stays horizontal, so that the puddling happens in places where it should puddle and the puddling doesn't happen in the other spots, the higher spots. And I'm getting some pretty decent puddles. I'm just going to go around it again, just around the edges. Because if something isn't touched by the Umber Wash at all, it's just going to jump out as a really bright spot. And I don't want that to happen. Okay, so even though it wasn't dry before, this didn't pick up any, it didn't pull the paint off of the primer at all. And it's going where I wanted it to go. And once it dries, it will settle itself down, so it's not quite so shiny, but it will emphasize the texture of the base. And there, then, is an elf. Yeah, it actually came out okay, including the face. So, set that down, clean the brush, a little water in this cup where I had the Umber Wash, so that I can clean that out, although this cup looks like it's getting to be ready to be retired. Basically just using this for darker colors and things. And look around. I don't see anything else right at this point. So I think what's going to happen is that I'm going to put this on break. It'll be like about 5 minutes or so. Let Nikki know that it is her turn to come down and begin working on something. And move this out of the way with the other one. Now it's off camera. And she'll come down and work on something. Maybe an elf, maybe one of the other figures that we just got. Some of those are actually really interesting and pretty cool. It will be a surprise. Don't know what'll happen in the next 2 hours. So, those of you who are still tuned in, stay on, because it will get more interesting as a more artistic painter comes down and starts to work on either one of the elf figures that I showed you or one of the new sort of monster figures that we just got. Oh yeah, there's, for nines, we have a giant crab, because it's always time for crab. That's one of the things we got. It's actually a kind of a decent looking, but very, very large crab. We actually ran into those giant crabs in the campaign, so it's canon. Okay, I'm going to put this on break, and hopefully fairly soon, Nikki will be down. That's my coffee mug. Didn't need to see that. Nikki will be down, and we'll start painting something new.
Hey there, we are back. And it's my turn now. Let me readjust this camera. There we go. So, thanks for watching, everyone. Looks like you had a good stream so far. Just taking a look at my dad's work. It's a good looking Tashira Noon. Can I do a flip? I don't know. Let's see. Let's pick a dirty cup. There you go. How is that? So, I'm gonna be working today to start this elf. There we go. This is part. I think my dad was cleaning them up. These are just a cheap injection molded miniatures that come pre-primed and everything like that, but we wanted to check them out and see what the quality is like. We're going to be off next week, but I think the week after that we're going to be starting in some really nice resin printed miniatures that we got. They're not primed and ready yet, but when we get there, it'll be pretty cool. So, this elf lady will also be a Tashira Noon. So I'm going to be staying in the same sort of color vein that we have been with these elves, but maybe we'll use them on stream, even if they are, you know, like the detail's good. It's just the material quality and the finish, the prime is not the best. So, looking over, I see like a breastplate, some shoulders, this sort of like battle dress, and boots. So, what I am going to do, I think, I'm gonna start with some green. I'm gonna go slightly lighter in the green coloration than I did on my previous elf. See if I can... I'm a little shaky. I had way too much coffee this morning. So I'm gonna just be roughing in for the moment what colors I want where. So it'll be a little messy, but that's okay. I will be cleaning it up as I go along. How was Greg this morning? I only caught bits of it. I'm basically right now going to just be defining what colors I want where. Whoops. Like, I didn't want that color down there. There's actually sort of two layers to this cloth. And I'm going to do a darker color down below. So. I'm just gonna make sure everything's up and running properly quick, you know? Yeah, okay, good. So, this lighter green is gonna be this sort of top outfit cloak thing that they're wearing, robe, I guess. And there's a couple spots on the arms that look like they show cloth underneath. I'm gonna do those as well. These are just roughing in colors. As I put more colors on, I'll be a little more careful with each one. But it's sort of the initial sketch phase here. So normally we're painting things that we 3D print ourselves. And we have a resin printer on the way, actually. Which is kind of exciting. But it's a pre-order, so we won't get it until, I think, early fall. Yeah. Put that aside for now. I think, just looking over, I'm gonna take the dark gray the Tashira Noon, which are part of our D&D campaign, are sort of a warrior cult kind of vibe. And they wear a lot of green and silver. So I want to keep playing into that with these colors. Think, just looking over this figure, they have like some various leather parts like belts and maybe the scabbard, armor. They're wearing like pants underneath. I'll have to decide a color on those. I think I'm gonna go with flat green for the lower cloak thing. So after I get some of these base colors in, I'm gonna go through with a silver and do like highlights and details and stuff like that. I get a lot of the rough detail in first. This part, I just want to get the color. So there's like this really awkward, whoops, awkward, hard to reach area. Just like the back of the cloak that she's wearing. That's just up between the legs and under this sort of front panel. And I just want to make sure I get that colored in so that the base primer isn't showing from the front, but I don't need to be exceedingly careful yet, and I want to get that in while it's still a little messy. Okay, is there any part of the lower cloak that I'm missing? Alright. Close that up, and then I'm gonna grab the deep green here. A lot of shades of green going on. Do this sort of front, and this is where I want to start being a little more careful when I'm creating sort of a division line between two different colors rather than just filling in. Focus a little more and be a little more careful. And this primer, I'm sure we've both been talking about how much the pre-primed primer that's on these is kind of crummy. Okay. There's some touching up where the primer didn't settle perfectly to do, especially on this gray in the middle. I don't know how visible that is, but I'm gonna get that later when I'm doing more touching up. I think the next thing I'm gonna do is break out the silver and start getting in some of the armor that she's wearing. I might also... Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna do the head and hair a little bit here. I'll give the green I painted in a chance to dry. So I'm gonna rough in a face here. And the hair will go over some of it. Some of the paint I'm putting in here. She has sort of a high collar to her armor. The looks of it. Okay. Have a sip of coffee. And I'm gonna use this dark sand, which is a little like a yellow beige, for the base coat on the hair. Shouldn't need terribly much, so. Start spreading that along. a little out of it today. I did not sleep well last night. So hopefully that doesn't affect my painting terribly much, but I'm sure it will a little. To get the underside of the hair here is going to be the hardest part on this figure, actually, and the breastplate that comes with it where they meet. That'll be the most difficult to paint section on this. Luckily it was not a cloak. Cloaks are often a huge pain to paint, but people really love putting cloaks on D&D characters. And, you know, part of it's because D&D has so many magic cloaks. Okay. So, one thing I need to decide here is what color the pants are. I want to make that choice before I tackle armor, actually. Guess sticking with the green theme, that is the Tashira. Oops. That happens sometimes. There you go. I'm gonna go with this olive drab. It's a very dark color. This is also an area where I'm gonna want to start being careful. More careful, at least. About separating where things line up. There's not a ton of these bands because it turns into an armored boot pretty quick, but I just want to get that little bit in there. More prominent on the where this other leg is. Clean up those legs a little. So I think I'm going to tackle the silver next, because the silver is going to be the biggest non-green section of this mini. I'm going to use the chainmail silver here, which shades pretty nicely. Alright, and the chainmail silver is going to constitute a lot of this armor that she's wearing. She has a very high collar on her armor that I will want to address. Now, one thing that you'll see, I applied a fair amount on the front to get the coverage, and now that it's on there, I'm spreading it away from there. But one thing that you'll sort of see when you apply especially metallic like this is there'll be a little loss of definition in the shape of the armor, and that's where a wash can really be helpful. To bring that sort of shading and difference between all the parts back. And you have some neck to paint in her skin color here that I missed, so I'll definitely be coming back to that. But while I'm running with the silver, I'm gonna get a lot of different parts put in. And there will be undoubtedly a couple of areas to clean up, but as the silver goes in, the figure should shape a little more to where we want it. I think leather gloves are gonna happen actually as I'm painting it. I'm thinking these are more like vambraces than they are like actual people don't have even gauntlets, real gauntlets. The palms and stuff aren't metal, so cool. And it doesn't look like there's anything going up and over. So I'll be doing the hands in like a leather brown, I think. And it's in small places like the hands and the sword where they sort of injection molding that happened to make this figure really becomes more visible. And you can clean it up to an extent, but not all that much. The hardest part of the armor is going to be the under the hair section, for sure. Squeezing in to get this arm is a little bit of a trick too. Not too bad though, not like going under a cloak or something. We're starting to get some of the look in roughly. I'm gonna try and tackle behind the hair here on the breastplate. There's definitely some cleanup that'll be warranted, but again, this is just like a sketch phase, trying to get all the colors where they should be so that I can then clean them up. Gonna put some silver along the blade here. Just looking over where things need to be. There's a belt buckle that I'm not going to tackle right away. I'm going to work on the plate boots here. This is an area I'm going to try and not get too much work for myself down the road. Hopefully. And when I tackle the base, I'll clean up where the foot is in contact with the ground. Not quite sure what color I want to do the scabbard in yet. I might do that in like a leather. But one thing I'm going to do while I have the silver is some of the highlights, but I'm going to switch to my smaller brush. So might not actually have enough silver out to do all of this, but damn it. Clearly my sleepiness is having an effect on my paint here because I'm just making a mess. Need like one more spot of silver to do this. And then I have a lot of cleanup to do as well, apparently. Normally better. Getting in this sort of detail line, hopefully. but clearly making a mess of things as I do it. Okay. So my goal for the short term here, I'm gonna get out the leather, put in where I want some of the, one more spot of silver to do. I'm gonna get out the leather and put that in where I want it, and then I'm gonna begin the cleaning up process, the detailing, all that. Because I am very messy today, but that's okay. I think once I get the leather and maybe some of the bronze in on the sword hilt, I'll at least have like a rough picture of where this knight Tashira Noon is going. So what I need is my leather brown here. Again, I don't need a ton, just a bit. And this brown is very orange. It's a very orange brown. But when you put an Umber Wash on it, it gives it a really nice leather look, which I like. And this will help me sort of define some of the transition areas, the awkward areas between different colors. I need to get the belt and the gloves. I'm thinking the handle on her sword might also be leather, the grip. I could make it more ostentatious and like do like a red or something maybe, but I feel like throwing in I don't know, maybe I'll do red. As I say it out loud, to go with the brass I'm gonna put on the hilt itself. So I'm gonna paint in her hands with a leather color, so she's wearing gloves. I could also have her be ungloved and just do like her skin tone. But, I don't know, I feel like if you're swinging a sword around all day, you'd probably want to wear gloves. If you have the choice. But I'm not a swords person. So and she's gonna be kinda flat looking until the end, basically. And I probably won't get to washing her today, but we'll see. I'm cruising along at an okay speed. like almost out of the leather brown, but I don't want to pour out more because well, if I do the scabbard in leather, I guess I'll be okay because I'll need quite a bit more. Put another dot out. Now, I could do the scabbard in silver if it was like a metal scabbard, or maybe brass to match the hilt or something, but I feel like leather feels appropriate, and there'll probably be some metallic fittings on it that I put in down the line here. Just getting my base color in. Okay, now other than the sword hilt, she's mostly got her basic colors in place. They obviously are not finalized or washed or anything like that, but I'm going to take, I think, maybe I'll do like a full brass handle. That'll look kind of neat. So I'm just gonna get a little splotch of brass and finish up the hilt and handle of her sword. A lot of awkward angles on the hilt of the sword, actually. You want to make sure you don't miss a side. Okay. There. There's a lot of simple, kind of messy colors in here, but that's sort of the basic coloration that I'm going to be going with in this piece. So, what I need to do is clean up a lot of colors. Because I am tired, over-caffeinated. Just a little off on stuff. All my colors have been a little shaky, which I can overcome just with some focus if I can. So I'm gonna go back to my initial green color here. And I'm gonna basically go back in the same order I was in before and doing cleanup on a lot of spots. Is my goal. So part of that cleanup is going to include a couple spots where the primer didn't hold the paint. If you're using a subpar primer like this piece, especially, it happens anytime, but especially if your primer isn't of a reasonable quality, you'll get little sections where the paint you put on flakes off as it dries. It is no good. And that'll usually manifest as little spots where the primer is showing through, usually in an area where you painted a lot. Like a larger field of that color is where it happens most often. But another thing that can happen actually is the if the paint's not fully dry, it will as it's drying and you paint over it and it's slightly tacky, it'll just pull right off onto your brush rather than stay on the figure. Sort of another thing to watch out for. What I'm gonna be doing here is trying to define where the lines are on things. So the gauntlet actually goes a little further up, the vambrace or whatever, yeah, goes a little further up the arm than I have it on this left arm here. So when I take the silver, I want to clean that up and go up the arm a little further. Whereas over here, I went over the armor and onto the cloth a little bit in a few sections. And when you're especially trying to get into like a tight, small area on a miniature, one way that can help sometimes, and not this time, is setting your paint in and then pushing it up into the area. That'll be okay for the green right now, the bright green. And now I am going to go back to the, I think it was the flat green that I used for the lower part. And this part's pretty messy, so it's gonna take some cleaning up. definitely be a little back and forth on this silver line along the cloak. That will have to happen. Not the most well-defined section of the model. It's fairly subtle, which is okay, but each pass I'll get a little closer to having it right, basically. Okay. Now I'm going to take the next color. Let's see what we have. I'm gonna take this deep green and get the sort of front flappy panel thing that runs down the front of the armor here. Cleaned up. So, not too much going on there, luckily. And then I want the olive drab for the pants. And I did make a very big splotch on with the silver on these, so that'll take us a little bit of focus to clean up. It's not too bad though. There's also a lot of spots on this on the pants here that are the primer didn't adhere like I wanted. So I'm gonna sort of go back over those and clean up the line between the armor and the pants a little, hopefully. The more I clean all this up, the more I see where it has problems. It's sort of a helpful / annoying part to all of this. Oh. Dark gray. So she has this sort of center chest armor that I did in dark gray. That came in okay, but there's a number of spots where the primer didn't hold the paint, especially where I want to clean it up. And I want to help define the area between this sort of gray armor piece and the both the silver armor, but also the belt that she's wearing. And it's always important to occasionally just put a big old splotch of gray right on the green by accidentally slipping because you're moving a little off today because you're sleepy. That's a big part of painting, honestly. Up those colors, there's like a spot up here. Go. Just getting everything a little more consistent overall. And making a mistake. So, the next part I'm gonna clean up is gonna be the leather, I think, and then I will hit that green and do silver. Honestly, this figure is sort of humming along. One spot I want to get before I do the silver is the neck. I didn't paint in because it was a little hard to see before it was painted. But she sort of has this, well, the pieces overall, she has a very high collar. There is a section in the front that sort of dips down. Make sure I get the skin color put in there. And while I'm here, I'm going to touch up along the hairline. Make sure that's all in the right place. Now, back to the leather. And I don't know if people mentioned this yet, but I think we're going to be off next week. Not painting, taking a little break on that. The show will still be this Sunday, the D&D show. So, don't worry about that. Yeah, sometimes these areas in between two colors need a little back and forth. My control is just not there today on some of this paint. So I apologize for the less than stellar work I'm doing today. The next thing I'm gonna do is take my bright green here. First, fix my little slip, which was right there. Get that covered up. And then I'm gonna try and get here a little better. Then I'm gonna take my dark gray again. This is where the back and forth really starts happening. There's just an area or two where I might have slipped a little too much with the leather. Mostly this side here. She sort of has like a double belt thing happening on her left hip. That will be more visible when I give the wash to it. But that's why the leather is a little thicker on her left hip than her right. Alright, so the next thing I need to do is take the flat green, fix the skirt a little, and then I'm going to be doing the silver touch-up, which should, unless I mess up pretty bad, lead us in towards more detail and finalization and all that good stuff. We're actually cruising along pretty smoothly on this figure, all things considered. There's just this spot down here where the leather went a little too far. Okay. Silver next. This is the touchiest touch-up. There's a lot of silver on this figure in a lot of small, detailed places. So, we'll see how it goes. I'm going to grab a little cup of coffee. While I drink this quick, I'm going to run an ad just so that you're not missing anything. Okay. Hopefully we're back. I don't really know how the ads work too well right now. So, the first thing I'm going to tackle is the most annoying. This silver hem along the lower cloak. There's like a lot of little back and forth that I need to do, and here's my fourth section, because I did the back already. Just getting this line cleaned up on the back and the silver. Alright, so there's a section up here that I need to re-silverify. There's a couple sections where I need to bring the silver back up. Boot here, just on the knee. This glove is actually further up the arm than I previously painted it. I say glove, but it's more of a van brace. Looks good. Side looks okay. here where the blade and the hilt meet. Just a little cleanup. Sort of define that line. Now, one of the trickier silver parts is she has a little moon on her belt. So I want to really control the volume on my brush. Just very gently get being extra careful here because I don't want to clean it up too much if I can avoid it. Just get that little moon buckle put in. Else that needs silver. No, not right now, not yet. I'm sure there will be more here. Oops, there we go. Alright, so trying to be very considerate with my touching up and just getting everything I'm doing here is setting up for the wash that will make all of this really come to life and stop being so flat. This case I need to touch up the pants a tiny bit more with the olive drab here. There on the knee. There's a little awkward area where the silver goes up and over the knee that I wanted to address. And the same over here. The silver is a little far down. There we go. There's a lot of open close on all of these bottles. I'm gonna grab the flat grain here and go over the same area I've been messing up. Right on the back here along the line. Each time I do it though, I get a little closer to having it the way I want it. It's just bit of a fight getting there. Another area to clean up now is a couple tiny spots on the hair. There's a little spot where it was really close and got a tiny bit of silver on it. So I only need a very small amount of my dark sand that I used for the hair color. Since I have it out, I'm going to look for any areas that might be a little thin or might just need a little something extra. There's a little silver on this side as well. It was really where the pauldrons are that I got a little silver over on the hair. So I want to clean that up. And then gonna give this a little look over. I think there's a couple detail spots on the scabbard I want to do, where I'm gonna take my silver get a teeny amount on the tip of my brush here, and there's a little rivet here and here on the scabbard. So what I want to do now that I have those on is just sort of round them out a little, and I will be doing that by taking the leather brown and coming in towards where they are and just cleaning up the edge. Okay, you know, my glasses are sliding down my face here. But I'm farsighted, so this actually helps. There's a tiny bit of silver on the back breastplate that needs to be cleaned up. This is sort of the detail legs, the carefully sort out where there are problems times. So get that splash of silver, take a tiny dot of the green, the bright green, and just make sure that area is a little better defined. There we go. Right, and that's about as good as this little figure will allow. One thing I need to decide is what eye color I'm gonna give this elf. Quite sure yet. What if there are any suggestions, feel free. Oh, thank you. Yes, there's a lot of green on this one for the Tashira Noon. Well, I'm trying to decide on an eye color. Now, the eye color is not going to show much. I want to preface that because it's so mini that you're not really going to see much eye color, honestly. So I could probably just do like a little black area where the eyes are to make that simpler. Or maybe I'll use the bright green that I've been going with so far. So the face is going to get an Umber Wash, so a lot of this won't really show all that much, but if you look super close, you might see it. So I'm just going to go in and just barely touch. Actually, there's a technique here that you can use that will help, but so you barely touch in some green where the eyes are here. And then I'm gonna take the skin color I used, the color I used for the skin, I can go back over where I might want to have less of it. And there'll be a little back and forth for something that won't show very much here, which is kind of silly. Another thing I might also do is color in some eyebrows very delicately. But just getting some of this Alright. What I'm gonna do then is take her hair color that I used, and I'm gonna put in teeny tiny eyebrows. Need like the smallest amount of paint imaginable. And make sure I have a nice point on my brush. Get a tiny amount of paint on here. It's actually probably a little too much. I'll reverse that back. So if I want to get these eyebrows very thin and in there, what I want to do actually, if I'm going to make a splotch, is make a splotch upwards towards the forehead where I have more space to sort of correct things. Probably need to touch up the right eye a little more. And a lot of this, honestly, is unnecessary for a D&D mini that you're just gonna be playing with. Now, I don't know how visible it even is, but let's try and focus. So I have some green eyes put in, The eyebrows are a little thick right now, so I'm gonna tone those down by coming down from above with the skin color on the forehead. Get it unscrewed here. There we go. Oops, that's the wrong brush. I'm actually gonna move all those brushes out of the way. And this, my paper towel is kind of a mess right now. I'll probably be tossing that after today. All right. So what I want to do is sort of start up on the forehead and bring the skin color back down over the eyebrow. Might have been too much. But I'm doing some unnecessary amount of detail here. Very cat-tastic in chat right now. I think that'll do for the face. So, what I'm gonna do is I've been sort of giving the body a minute to dry, so that I can do some washes. And hopefully we're about half an hour. I can wrap up this piece actually and have done this in 2 hours. Done this many. This one wasn't overly complicated, so it wasn't too bad. So, with that in mind then, what I'm gonna do is start with my Umber Wash right here. And this is going to be, well, actually no. I'm gonna start with my black wash, because the Umber Wash I'm gonna use also on the face a little bit to help enunciate the nose and lips. So I want to start with black wash. Make sure black wash tends to get separated a bit. Do about 3 to 4 drops of it here. So, black wash is going to go on almost every part of this, except for the face. I'll probably do Umber Wash on the hair, the face, and the leather. The more, I suppose, organic parts of this. And then the fabric and the metals are going to be done with a black wash. So, how I want to handle this, generally speaking, is I don't want to load my brush too much. Although I'll probably use my blue handle here. There's a delicate line you want to walk with wash of having too much and not enough on your brush. And the way you put the wash on actually matters a fair amount. Because if I drag my brush over this sort of moon motif on the breastplate, it will help deposit some of that wash along the edges and grooves of the armor and highlight the topography of the armor so that moon stands out more. So I want to not miniaturize, I want to control the volume overall that I'm putting on here, but I need to make sure I have enough that it comes off. And a dryer brush will suck wash back up into it, which can be a very helpful tool in some cases, but in other cases something to avoid. But you can see how quickly that breastplate sort of gets a lot of detail just from putting in that wash. I'm gonna try and carefully get in some of these other areas. The thing with the washes, like I said, a dryer brush will actually suck it back up. So if you accidentally deposit a little too much in a specific area, quickly dry your brush off and then just poke it, and that will actually help bring the wash back out from wherever it is you put too much. And I am doing the full arm here because I want to get some definition put in on the green as well. Pretty much the entirety of this mini is going to be washed. I just want to control how much and where is the only concern, really. But you can start to see how much more her armor has definition as I put it on compared to this arm, which is just the flat silver. Okay. Speaking of, I'm gonna switch over to the right arm here. So in general, when I am washing a piece in this style, I'll use a wash much more carefully on, say, something that's supposed to look really clean or something that's supposed to look really, or like the animals that I was doing before. I was using it almost like a shading effect. And this is a shading effect, but it's also toning down colors and giving more roundness to what I'm doing. So my application style is a little different on a piece like this. But generally speaking, especially if you're trying to highlight armor like this, what you want to do is kind of go against the grain with your brush, and that will help deposit the darker amount of wash in those lower areas. And it sort of works with the model to help you create that sort of effect. So if there's a wrinkle or a different plate, something like that, going all against the sort of ridges of whatever the print is, like against the plate mail ridges, like I'm going side to side on this dark brown or dark gray because it has these I don't know, vertical lines in them that I want to enunciate. So by pulling the paint along against those, sort of going horizontally, it helps drive the paint down into those smaller crevices. And while it's wet, you can often control a lot of where the wash is going. And push it around a bit. And because of the tone down effect, that's why I went with a brighter green on parts of the skirt here, because I knew it was going to be toned down as I went across the figure. So I'm gonna go under the belt now. And I want to get the darker areas gonna be like where you expect shadows, basically, is kind of the goal. What you're effectively doing is trying to replicate shadow where it would fall if this was full size, basically, and highlight for that matter. Another thing you can do to enunciate something, and I'll probably be doing on the face, is putting highlights where like you'd expect the brightest spots to be. So like the forehead, the top of the nose, some of the cheekbone on a face, for example, is where you're gonna expect the brightest amount of light. On a humanoid face. This is an elf. And as such, kind of play towards that to sell it. Going around and doing the legs here and the feet. So this is the main reason I don't paint the base until the end. Is you can get a little messy with the wash going down the feet. And then you just have to clean up everything you did, and you're basically painting from scratch at that point. I just feel like washing is one of the more fun parts of painting because it really starts to bring the model to life as you apply it. And it's in the moment, it's hard to mess up. Because if you apply a little too much, you just pull it back off. Excuse me. I'm moving along the back here, and there's a lot of folds in the cloth here. And my general goal is to sort of get darker paint trapped in those folds to create higher points and lower points across the model. So I'm going vertically up and down with my brush in order to try and deposit as much of the wash as I can in those low spots. But this is where it's important to get a really nice finished base coat, because once all of this goes on, it's a huge pain to make corrections and fix things up. So you start to see those creases a lot better. And one thing I might do as it dries is just enunciate them a little more by adding a little extra. Checking over everything right now. So, what I think I'm gonna do next is get the Umber Wash on. Oh, actually, I have the black wash. I'm gonna put a touch along the blade here. That'll help bring out some of the texture going on in the sword and make it look a little better, less flat. Alright. And I'm gonna do some of the black wash on the bronze part of the sword as well. This will help bring out like the grip lines, things like that. It'll be a subtle but necessary sort of addition. As it's drying, I'm going in and checking if it's looking alright. Some of the shininess will fade as the wash dries. It does take some time. So like one thing I want to do is there's like this joined area along the scabbard and the body that I want to just darken in a bit so it doesn't stand out as much. You can almost just drop it in and it will spread into those crevices on its own. And then you can dry your brush and sort of move it around and take some out as needed. Alright, so got a little blip there. Weird. The lights blipped. So next I'm going to be doing the Umber Wash. Find a cup. The Umber Wash is fairly targeted, so I'm going to use a smaller brush than I was for the body, the rest of it here. It's going to be the hair, the leather parts, and the parts of the face. Just to bring out some texture and difference so that it all looks cohesive. Find my Umber Wash. Won't need quite as much, but you know, sometimes the wash goes, you need more wash than you think. So, I'm gonna start with some of these leather pieces, like the belt is the big one, and the gloves. And it's the same basic technique. Umber is just brown, so I am toning in the leather color here without like overly darkening it is sort of the general goal. And it makes it look like a nice worn leather. Do the scabbard's the largest piece of leather here. So I'm gonna be going down along it just to get some of that color variation in and shading. With the gloves, the main thing you want to do is get in between the fingers of the figure, and that'll help sort of sell it as a hand rather than just like an amorphous blob on the end of the arm. Same on the hand which is holding the sword. Okay. Feeling alright about all that so far. And now the head will be the last part that I tackle here before I do the base. So, I'm going to be doing the hair and the face. I'm going to tackle the hair first. And she has a lot of like braids and stuff and strands of hair. So my goal with the Umber Wash here is to enunciate that, get it into the smaller cracks and crevices that make up this figure's hair. Basically the exact same thing I've been doing on the body. The umber will also tone down and give it that sort of browner shade than it has when it's just a base coat. You can probably see the hair shape a little more. It's a little less of a blob with all this going in. Just gonna roughly get a little on the underside. It won't show all that much, but I don't want it looking out of place. So, after that dries, I will probably do a little highlighting on the hair. But first, I'm going to tackle the face here. So, generally speaking, you want to continue to do what you always do at wash and go against the grain of the model that you're working on. In this case, it's sort of going up from the bottom in order to try and deposit wash on the underside of the nose, around the mouth, and under the chin are sort of your big areas. And then you can take your brush, dry it off, and pull away where you don't want quite as much wash. And trying not to forget the ears as well. So this is not going to be the final on the face, but it is moving in the direction we want. Just lightening up a little where the eyes are by dabbing my brush dry and over them. So I'm going to give that a second to dry, and then I'm going to do some highlighting. But we're pretty close to done on this figure. So, to highlight the face, what I want to do is take the base color that I used, and then just where the eye expects the brightest spots to be, on a human face, or in this case, an elf face. So that would sort of be your forehead here. I'm gonna just put a small amount right on sort of the bridge of the nose. I want to lighten that up a little. And on the tops of the cheekbones. I think one thing I need to do is help redefine one of these eyes a little bit. So, trying to very carefully not make a mess. We'll see. Oh my god, I'm making a mess. All right. God. Ugh. I'm having such a hard time with this one little spot. Probably gonna have to redo a small section here. General. This right eye is just not working with me. The left eye I think is fine. The right eye. That's in. Give it just a second to dry. And then I'm gonna go in with the Umber Wash again. Try and tackle this one little section. Relaxing painting. The nice part about acrylics is they dry fairly quickly. Really don't need much here. And now, I'm gonna take the hair color, face color, just get a highlight or two, mostly on top of the head. And just splotched a little more than I wanted there, but that's okay. I should have dry brushed this actually, and I wasn't thinking. But this is part of how easy fixing mistakes is, so. thing I'm going to do is take a tiny dot. So much finicky work doing the face. But I'm slowly getting there, I think. Sorry, I'm being so quiet. I sort of overdid it on the face a little. Yeah. I am just trying to correct that. Mostly I just lost the line of the lip a little, is the problem. Probably about as good as it's gonna get, unfortunately. Oh, not my best I've ever done, but it'll be okay. Not bad for 2 hours or so. So, the only part left on this is the base. It is after 2. I can probably knock out the base super quick and then be done, if that's alright with everyone. If you don't mind me going a little longer. The base is super straightforward. I'm just going to take this flat earth color, go around the feet, like so. Just to make sure I don't mess up and paint over a foot or something stupid. I'm gonna be a little more careful while I do this. And kind of go up to the foot rather than try and start there. Quite a lot of topography on this miniature they're standing on. if I get this base put in, we'll wrap up. Shouldn't be too long. Unfortunately, I'm only here for like 2 hours today because I was busy this morning and had a rough morning. So normally a figure like this is more like, 3 to 4 hours to be comfortable, but I kind of wanted to see if I could power through today. Now that I've sort of surrounded the foot, I can be a little more aggressive with my paint volume. Basically. Alright, I will give them a raid once I finish here. Thanks, yo. I probably eventually will wash the bases on these that they're standing on just with an umber to bring out sort of the craggliness of the terrain. But for now, I think that's good enough. Get some focus going. Alright, so to wrap up, here's a mini 2 hours, we'll say. Just a little over 2 hours to paint. She turned out okay. The model itself, while it has some good detail to it, the quality of the print, well, it's not a print, the cast itself, and the, the material and the primer isn't so good, so. It turned out okay, though, for 2 hours. I'd say. A little less fancy than some of the other ones, but... Let me see if I can... These cameras have such a hard time focusing. There we go. And she needs some time to properly dry. But here is our Elf Warrior number 3, I think, so. Apparently, maybe we'll fight a lot of Tashira noon. Anyway, thanks for joining, everyone. I'm going to be throwing out to a raid here. As I wrap up, so please stick around and check out Summit Forgery. It looks like I'll be sending you over towards as I clean up. So thank you so much. We'll be back on our regular time on Friday, 10 to 2 Eastern. And then we have our 50th episode of D&D on Sunday. So make sure to check that out. Should be very exciting. Maybe eventually this figure will show up in it. We'll see. Anyway, thank you so much. And thanks for the people who subbed today and followed and everything like that. We really appreciate it. It's a very nice community here. So I will be sending a raid over. Please check them out, and we'll see you soon. Bye.